going on? What's going on, freaks? I'll wait for the hellos to stop. Might be a while. You got to feed the trolls somehow. Yeah, just barely. Hey, the only person that even asked me once today about my procedure was Cindy right there. Thank you, Cindy. Not one other person sent an email or messaged or anything. So there you go, Cindy. Thank you so much for asking. Yeah, the propofol, sort of wore off at like 2 o'clock or something like that. Had 2 polyps. They removed those, so I got to go back in 5 years again. It's not too bad, though. Right. But thanks for asking, Cindy, the only person. And if it's one of you guys, one of the freaks had something going on, 48 of you go, hey, how'd your thing go? How'd your thing go? Hey, how'd it go? How'd it go? But when Gray has one, not a soul. Not a soul. Let's see. Such a great feeling. Yep, only 2 polyps though. Right. Glad you're done. Yeah. Nobody thought of it. Let's see. Yeah, it's the whole thing. I got up at 3 in the morning, drank the last one, and I just sat up till 7 o'clock in the morning, and then went to sleep for 2 hours, and then got up, drove out there, walked in, got in there like within 2 minutes. Then they brought me back, got one of those gowns on, just on the front, you lay down, and they put an IV in you, then have you sign some forms, then they, not too long after that, they kind of wheel you over to a room, put the mask, something in your nose, kind of, and then they had connected the IV, and they say, hey, we're going to put a little bit of something, I don't know, propofol or something, and all of a sudden, all right, we're done. That's all it is. Next day. Yeah. I mean, it's like you're right after. This time it's weird. I felt like I had some dreams, but I'm not sure if that was like right before I woke up, like just before opening my eyes or what the hell that was, but normally there's nothing in between. Yeah. No, I did not drive myself. You can't do that. They don't let you. If you don't have somebody to take you home, they don't do the procedure. My heart rate kind of beats, it's always been kind of irregular there, sort of like, last time it beat really fast. And then this time it says it's beating fast, but on my watch it's not. So I guess there's these other little things in there. It's that I have a cardiologist I'm supposed to go. I've already seen one, but he retired, so that they want me to see another one just to. But anyways, hey, thanks for asking, everybody. Very cool. All right, let's see. What do we got out there? They actually showed me pictures like inside, how clean they're, after that stuff, it's so clean. They showed me the 2 polyps before. All right, let's see. We got so Kohberger gets a hearing, so the judge is going to allow him to have a hearing. Bryan Kohberger, who pleaded guilty to killing 4 students at the University of Idaho in 2022, is trying to withdraw that plea and has been granted an evidentiary hearing for next year. Idaho Judge Steven Hippler scheduled an evidentiary hearing, so I guess they get to present the case of why he was deceived or whatever, to review Kohberger's request for a new trial, according to court filings. The status conference on the hearing is scheduled for June 3rd, 2027. I mean, that's ridiculous, by the way. A status conference in 10 months? I mean, what's the point of that? Hippler also presided over Kohberger's murder trial. So they have a status hearing on June 3rd and then proving the evidence. So it's like a little mini trial again, I guess. Hippler also presided over Kohberger's murder trial and guilty plea. So Hippler's going to have a hard time accepting anything from Kohberger because he already went through that whole litany of questions where Kohberger admitted doing it. Hippler also presided over Kohberger's murder trial and guilty plea. Earlier this year, Kohberger filed a petition for post-conviction relief, seeking to withdraw his guilty plea, saying it was influenced by false promises. In the filings, Kohberger said he was convinced to falsely confess to capital murder and felony burglary by coercion, disinformation, false promises, and the withholding of exculpatory discovery. That's just such crap. The coercion is that, hey, they've got all the facts, and then Kohberger knew he did it, so that's why he confessed in the questioning. It's not, nobody in the world would go, listen, I didn't do it or anything, but yeah, it looks like they've got pretty good information. I'll tell you what, I'll take life in prison with no chance for ever appealing. I'll go ahead and sign that really quick. And, I didn't do it, though. Nobody in the world would do that. There is no chance at that. Okay? Now, there's people that have pled guilty with, like, an Alford plea because they got a deal where it's a little lower, This is worse, as bad as it gets, other than the death penalty. All right, so there's no way he would have done that. But the Kohberger nutjobs think there's something else in the background that sort of drove him to do it. There was a threat against his family or something, or, he's protecting somebody. It's pure insanity, Kohberger pleaded guilty to the deaths of students Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin shortly before his trial was set to begin in August of 2025. He was given 4 life sentences without the possibility of parole. The plea agreement waived Kohberger's right to directly appeal his conviction, but isn't that what he's doing now? I mean, I guess it's like he's saying ineffective counsel, so it's different. And sentence leaving post-conviction relief as his primary avenue to challenge the judgment. Hippler will hear testimony before determining whether Kohberger has proven his guilty plea was involuntary. What do you mean it's involuntary? He asked you that very question. During his plea hearing last year, Hippler addressed Kohberger directly to explain the possible penalties for the crime that he is set to plead guilty to. If successful with his petition, Kohberger would be allowed to withdraw his guilty plea, his conviction would be vacated, and the case would return to its pre-plea stage. Now, I don't know what the Goncalves is, if they want it to go to trial. That's just such a dangerous thing to do, especially with the ever-growing number of just absolute nutjob wackos who believe that Kohberger didn't do it. They are some of the dumbest people on the planet. In fact, there's zero evidence at all that Kohberger didn't do it. And then people go, well, I'm not saying that. I just think he had help, Gray. There's no way somebody could have done that by themselves. Yes, they could. Okay, yes, they could. All 4 victims were drunk. He was in there jacked up. He had his K-bar knife, and he did it. And there's been other murders exactly the same way, and he did it. Okay, there is no doubt. There is no evidence of any kind, of any way, shape, or form that show that anybody other than Kohberger did it. And he admitted to doing it, like 10 times, 20 times. He is the killer. Now, do I think it would be interesting if it went to trial so we could cover it and go over the whole thing? Yeah, that'd be awesome. You know, but I think the family should be, careful what they wish for, because these, you get a couple stealth jurors on there. Now you're just asking for years and years of this shit. Now look at it. Look at it right now, for example. This shit was over. And now the Goncalveses, the Mogens, the Chapins, the Kernodles, they have to sit around and now wait for 10 months just for a hearing, and then a decision by a judge. And then depending on what the decision of the judge, Hippler, I'm not sure, I'm kind of losing faith in some of these judges out there, to be honest with you. He might say, you know what, sure, let's do this. And then he's probably going to get a new attorney, and then that's going to take 4 more years. This sucker wouldn't even go to trial till 2030, okay? There's no chance. And hopefully, the idiot, Bill Thompson, will get the hell out of there. All right? Is he already out, by the way? I hope he's just gone. They need to have somebody in there that's brain actually works. His doesn't. All right, let's see. Thanks, Tracy Von Brott and Wild Bill Wassman. All right, let's listen to this guy.
Went back and looked at what I had posted on July 3rd of last year. All of my concerns about, not pinning him to a statement, especially no concern for the victims and how they felt about this, consulting with them, which is the DA's job to gather that. And then, to be so ignorant to not consider that you can say that there's no appeal rights, but everything can be appealed. So I hate to be right about things like this. It doesn't give me any joy whatsoever. But back to your question about, whether he had been demanded or whether a condition of the deal was to render an explanation and confession for all the behaviors, and the DA's pushing and saying, well, he just would have lied anyway. The DA said, well, he would have just lied anyway. Well, that's a lame excuse, in my opinion, because at least you've got him admitting something. This way he can pull back and say, I didn't admit to doing anything. I said nothing. There are no stories or statements related to me, and I was coerced into this. I had terrible counsel. It enables him to have a complete playing field for him to dance around with now an infinite array of lies. So pin him to a story is part of why you do this. And it was
I think I agree with this guy 100%. See, they need Bill Thompson absolutely did a disservice to just his profession when he didn't get a verbal confession that went through. Well, he would have lied. He would have made... No, he wouldn't. I mean, sure, he would have made some stuff up. But it would have been something where he goes through and he admits to doing it and describes what he does, and a lot of the elements would have matched the case, okay? It just would have. And you could have told him, if the elements that you're telling me do not add up, you are not getting this plea deal. So tell us what you did. They're not required to allocute when... Well, then don't make the deal with them, you fool. This is so stupid. Look how dumb this is. that this is happening right now. This is exactly what everybody was talking about.
A real mistake and series of heavy mistakes by the DA's office to enter into this, deal. Because now here we are putting the victims through all this again, with having, gotten nothing. Sure, maybe the case won't be overturned. I mean, this is all going to result in litigation, but having more pieces in place initially may have.
I hope, this is what I hope, is that the Judge Hippler is going to, hear the arguments and so forth, and then when it's all said and done, he's going to say, listen, I asked you these questions. This is what your response was. I'm not overturning your plea. Good night now. I mean, that's the weird part is I hope that's what happens. But I also would be interested in if there was another trial. Like, it'd be really cool to see all the information put out there in order. I mean, we've seen most of it now. And by the way, isn't that kind of weird? Like, all of this discovery has been put out there. We've seen a lot of it. Tons of it. I don't think we've gotten the cast data or anything like that. But hey, here you guys, we're doing another show tonight, so if you'd like to help support the channel in some way, that would be fantastic. We could use some channel memberships. We're still trying to get Marty his free one, super chats, etc. So if you have the ability, that would be awesome.
Mitigated some of this. It aligns nicely with what we already know about him as an offender, the narcissism, the grandiosity, the sense of how smart he is to outwit people. I go back to the fact that he was in a classroom with a supposed expert in serial murder, and he's in there, and the great joy I imagine he got from having been, planning, doing these things in a room with a person that was a supposed expert in this general area. So I think it aligns nicely with his arrogance, his sense of intellectual superiority, and, ironically, for him then to turn around and claim, I didn't understand what I was signing and all these other agreements. It's just ridiculous. It goes to psychopathy, the lack of any, kind of moral compass. As well. So narcissism, psychopathy, it aligns nicely. And a lot of these types of individuals, they think that they can go pro per because they think they're so smart. And he's certainly in that category. So yeah, we see this, I'll just be my own lawyer. These guys don't know what they're doing. I can do a better job, and just arrogance. We don't know that he's a serial killer. We know that he's a mass killer.
He would have
but
been.
With those kinds of impulses and urges, it certainly would align with the same personality, of a person that, would kill multiple people. And there's narcissism that's in a lot of those individuals that are not, having other mental health problems. So, and he's not in the category of having those other mental health problems that we would ordinarily see if it was something else. He's in the predatory category, and narcissism, is well represented there. So he is a common archetype, if you will. He's not special, but he believes he's special, which is the commonality among these people. The belief that you're special when you're not, the belief that you're smarter than other people and can outwit them, is part of his commonality in this population.
And that said, I mean, he has this inflated self-worth.
Let me go back to that.
But he believes he's special, which is the commonality among these people. The belief that you're special when you're not. The belief that you're smarter than other people.
As dumb as they come.
Is part of his commonality in this
population. The truth is, as dumb as they come.
There you go.
And that said, I mean, he has this inflated self-worth, and he files this almost to the day on the anniversary of his plea and his sentence. is that also on top of the narcissism? Is he just looking to get the attention back? There's other stuff going on.
I think, Mike, I think you've hit another astute observation that not only is this about I'm so smart, I could probably, figure out an angle or an opening. I got nothing better to do anyway. But I also get back in the limelight again. And so, the need for being the need for attention, the need to be recognized for his intellect or his being above other people, his inflated ego, certainly his ego. So first and foremost is his desire to get away with things and to outsmart the system. And I do believe that notoriety and fueling his notoriety, continuing to fuel that, is the secondary gain as well.
Yeah,
I'm back out in the media again. It was in the media when it happened, and I could see my work, if you will, or my success, obviously in quotes, but in his twisted world, that's a success. And now I get to once again be back in the headlines and the news and not forgotten about, because there are some of us that think the best place for individuals like this is to be forgotten and to be in unmarked graves.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen on social media, because there's this whole communities of nut jobs who actually believe he's innocent. And I've said this many times many times before. At all, Jesus, my brain. Oh, here, let me show you guys. But I've said this many times before. If you believe Kohberger is innocent, or you're just not sure, you're a stupid person. Like, technically a dumb person. Like, literally, if you had some analysis done on you and tests done by a doctor, you're an absolute moron and an idiot and stupid. Okay? It isn't one of those things, well, that's just your opinion, Gray. No. Kohberger is the killer. There is no doubt at all. There is nobody else involved, and he is the guy. Now, if you're out there and you're one of the people who believe that he didn't do it, you're literally a stupid person and should not comment or talk or communicate anywhere, and you should never serve on a jury. You should be shunned and avoided and banished to the corners of society. You are a moron, okay? There's no other option other than that. All right. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, Wild Bill Wasserman tried to do a challenge up there, and not one soul, kind of like nobody asked how my colonoscopy went other than Cindy, but not one person up there even followed it. And he just said that. And I don't know what else, I can't make, people want to support the channel. It's just, it is what it is. And if you're one of the people that believe that Kohberger was innocent and we're thinking of supporting my channel, I'm not interested in getting a nickel from you. You're an idiot. All right. Let me, I'll go to this one here. No, not that one. Yeah, this one. So, after the colonoscopy, I got the, I was still just really out of it, and check it out. I was literally sitting they had to wheel me out. I just said, let me sit in that chair for a while over there, because I couldn't really stand up very good. And then this is what I had on my face. Watch this. I was just like I was just like this. I had my sunglasses and then my glasses in front of it, and I was just sitting there like this for 10 minutes. And then finally Chris said, hey, Gray, you got I don't know if it was her or one of the nurses said, hey, your glasses are in front of your sunglasses. And I said, I go, what? I go, whoa, oh, whoa. I go, how come none of you told me this the whole time? Who in the hell ever wears their glasses like that? Not one of them said a damn thing. It was crazy. Just like none of you have followed in on Wild Bill Wasserman's little mini challenge up there. Can we try to do something? We're currently at $11.99. Does that seem reasonable? But anyways, yeah, I had the it just shows you like your brain isn't really functioning very well when you've got the propofol in you. So that's what I had on my face, but nobody said anything until right at the end. I'm just about to get up to leave, and then I made all the nurses laugh because they were walking. I go, "What are you guys doing? Look at this! Isn't what I normally do." And they were making beds over there laughing. It was hilarious. It was pretty good.
Because there's nothing good about what they've done. I had a really good friend many years ago.
Do you know anybody that's smart that thinks Kohberger didn't do it?
A man that was formally educated. And he said, Chris, you know what we need to do to these guys? And he was talking about school shooters, but this guy's kind of the same thing in terms of the hunger for attention, goes bury them in an unmarked grave and forget about them. Because that takes away a chunk of what they're striving to achieve. Arrogance and the audacity that a convicted multiple murderer would be able to call a press conference for himself. It's just all on brand for him and common. I always go back with these kinds of people to the idea that they are common, because there's even sometimes, and you're not doing it, in some media outlets or even some true crime reporters, making these folks some sort of, anti-hero or putting them on some sort of pedestal.
Yeah. See, he's referring to those people. And what's weird is those are the people that win in the true crime genre. The winners are the people selling bullshit to the people. I don't know, man. Hey, thanks for the drink there. All right, I got a little whiskey my way. Thanks, DRPIV and Paul Marino.
And they're common, and they're not special, and they're terrible people and monsters. And I think it's important to remember these things. It's putting them on some sort of pedestal. And they're common, and they're not special, and they're terrible people and monsters. And I think it's important to remember these things. It's important to understand how they become that and what they are. But there's no pedestal involved.
He was right on the money, man. Everything he said. Yeah, there is no pedestal. It's sort of the same as like I don't know, Luigi Mangione. What a joke that people sit there and defend this guy. He literally killed a CEO of a company merely for doing his job. Like that's what he was hired. He's hired to work for the company. And you go kill him, and he's some sort of a hero to a bunch of really, really stupid people. There should be not a soul out there that has an ounce of understanding and sort of feelings for Luigi Mangione. If you feel sort of like, wow, he sort of represents, you're an idiot, okay? That means you can't, don't ever have a person in your family do a job, working at a steel plant or some other kind of plant where they're doing something that somebody might deem that they're doing something that's not. I don't know, you guys. You just think through it. What do I mean? The winners? They're the ones that get the views. They're the winners. For example, right now, if I had a channel that was selling that Kohberger was not guilty, I'd have 748 people watching, not 148 people watching. So that makes them the winners in the true crime genre because they're selling true crime bullshit to people whose brains don't work and just like to be entertained with crap. All right? I'm telling you the truth right now. Hey, thanks, Wild Bill and Timothy Cecil. You know what I meant. I've said that 1,000 times. They're the ones that do well. For example, I put out a video the other day. It's got like 5,500 views. It's not great, you know. But if a conspiracy theory, like the one about the gloves, right? If a conspiracy theorist had done that, oh my God, there'd be 100,000 views. Because they would have done it in reverse and said, oh yeah, now look here's what the weather was that day. And of course he's going to have I looked up the weather of all the days. Yes, it was cold, but some of the days were just as cold as it was on November, before the homicides. And then somebody, I think they were being sarcastic in the comments, they said, what about, it was COVID, of course he's got gloves on. And I said, okay, so COVID started after the murders? That's what my response would have been, but I think they were kind of joking around. So COVID started after the murders, okay? So every time he was there before November 13th, he didn't have his gloves on, but then somehow COVID magically started on November 16th after the murders. Yeah, that's amazing. That's incredible. That's what I meant by that, Timothy. Are you in there? Did you hear what I said? Now, none of those people are worth watching, Albany. They're stupid people. Every one of the people that you just mentioned lies every single day on every one of their shows. If you ever mention them in here again, you'll be removed from the channel. Thank you very much. Yeah, those are the worst of the worst, the people you just mentioned. There is no conspiracy in the Bryan Kohberger case. Everything adds up. There is absolutely nothing that doesn't add up in the case. All right? It's just that's the funny part about it. Are there gaps in there? Sure. I mean, I don't know exactly where he went right after the murders, Like, I have an idea. Like, this is my route. So after the murders, we know that you can't see it. Let me get to the different screen. The full screen here. So this is where the house was. Let me go back to 2022 in July, okay? This is where the house was. This is before the murders, literally 4 months prior. And, when he exited the area, he came out right there. And then in the probable cause document, they had him going down this direction, but eventually they realized that wasn't correct because there were cameras on buildings that should have filmed him driving down Highway 95. Now the thing is Highway 95 used to be this. See this right here, this road? Look it on the ground right there. There's nothing. That's because it wasn't there at the time. This was Highway 95. It went down like this, all the way down and around, and then it just kind of wound down and came out like this and then down. That used to be Highway 95. All right? Now his phone turned on right here. This is where his phone turned on. Isn't that crazy? Right there. And so because of that, I think this is the route he took. And amazingly, it accounts for every second of the 16 minutes of missing time. Yeah, I don't want you to support here, Albany. Yeah. No, they aren't better than... And it's not... You said it wrong. It's THEY apostrophe RE. Not there. Oh my God! Learn how to write, for God's sakes. No, I am not allowing. Like, if you want to call in and try to debate the Kohberger didn't do it shit, that's great. But I don't want. I think it's disgusting that people think Kohberger didn't do it. That means you're a nutjob. Okay, you're almost like him. Just a crazy lunatic. So look at it. When you come out right here, and you turn and you drive this direction, I think he went through the intersection and then kind of drove by Indian Hills Drive, which is up, where was that? Right here. This is Indian Hills Drive. Yeah, so he kind of goes in this direction. And he drove all the way down here to the end. Just like that. Turned right. And then just followed this windy road through the rural areas that they were talking about. All the way down and around like this. And then I think he came out, and when he got to right here, he turned it on because now he needed to get back home. But he's not going to go north because that brings you back into Moscow. So then now he knows on his map how to get out of there. And he drove down here, and they have him kind of going across like this somewhere. But this route here takes up that whole 16 minutes of missing time and puts you right there. Doesn't that make sense? See, the person just said a minute ago, they just named 3 of the dumbest conspiratorial nut jobs that have ever been in the, I don't even call them true crime YouTubers. I call them BS. I don't even know what else to call them. I said, they're not welcome here. Don't ever mention them again. Then she said, then I can't support here. They're THERE, better than you. That's the there for an area, like over there. Okay? They're better than you. To threaten for opinion, you're the guy shutting people up. I'll leave on my own. Dead effing Goligalides eater. Whatever the hell that is. Golly Galvez. God, you're so stupid. Oh, they must be trying to type in Gonzalez, right? Okay. Yeah, see, it just shows these are the sick people that are out there. The people that person mentioned are horrendous people on YouTube who've sold their viewers complete bullshit for years now. And I've seen it, and I just look at it, and I'm in amazement at the interest and how these people sit there and believe it. It's sick. All right? Anyways, I think this is probably the route that he took. Right here. I guess, there's other ways people come up with. Maybe he took a right here and drove around, and then you're kind of in that area where that tree was at some point. Maybe, isn't that tree right there? No. I can't remember. Off of this road. It was Johnson. Oh, no, we're not even in the right town. It's over here. I don't know. I don't think that would have worked. But I guess, they didn't go down 95, so they would have had to go over here. Drive around, and then maybe cut around and go like this. I mean, how do you get over to there again, though? Yeah, so that would take you to here, and then maybe there's no surveillance, and then right there turned it on again. But why would you need to turn it on again when you're on Highway 95 already? This one, you're sort of lost, kind of, and then you pull up, oh yeah, and then go that way. Yeah, and then there, like in that case of the lady that killed their kids, people are actually accusing the husband of doing it, and then because his wife was crazy. I mean, the people are crazy, you guys. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Crazy people out there. Yeah, when we remove comments, we can still read them. Yeah. Yeah. But hey guys, if you could please help support the channel, I'd appreciate it. Make me be one of the channels that people support. Alright, we are currently only at 1/10 of the nightly goal, so if you have the ability, that would be awesome. Alright, so we got one more article here. Is it this one or? Yeah. Let's see what it says. Oh, he's got a new lawyer, right? So there you go. Do you think that I mean, do you think Ann Taylor will actually fall on a sword for Kohberger and say, yes, I was ineffective?
A petition for post-conviction relief, which is an attempt to get his guilty plea thrown out. Kohberger now claiming he was, quote...
Oh, he was? Okay, I was hoping that would happen. There's a lot of people online that thought that the prosecution didn't make the case, but I think it's just so obvious in the Brightigan case that he did it. I mean, he obviously hired Tenon to kill Brightigan. All right, it's absolutely obvious. So there you go. I mean, Tenon had no connection to Brightigan other than through the husband of his ex-wife. And that's really what it comes down to.
Convinced to falsely confess to murdering the 4 University of Idaho students back in 2022. In a handwritten petition, Kohberger argued he had ineffective counsel and that his lawyers told him to give a false plea, a deal that ultimately spared him the death penalty. He is now serving 4 consecutive life sentences. This week, our Jesse Weber sat down with the family of Kaylee Goncalves, one of the 4 victims.
When the noise subsides, the conviction's going to remain the same.
Yeah, they already put it already came back. That's crazy. Man, I thought they just closed today, so they must have just quickly went, yeah, of course.
Same. The defendant's going to remain behind bars and the truth will still stand. The defendant is a psychopathic narcissist who believes any attention is good attention. And I know that the only way to kill an ego like that is to starve it. And that is why I will never give him the attention he so desperately craves. And I pray that the public would start to do the same. He doesn't deserve a name.
That's what they say about like the troll community, that I'm supposed to, if I just, you just starve them of attention. You know what I mean? That's exactly the same thing. They're the same personality type, psychopaths. Hey, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman.
And he most certainly doesn't deserve a spot in people's brains.
I want to bring in defense attorney Mark Reichel. Mark, welcome back to the show. You and I discuss very hard cases, and I always appreciate your time. Let's start with Kohberger. Do you think he has a reasonable chance of getting his guilty plea thrown out?
No, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think either. Yeah, but you worry about it, that it gets to a hearing phase, right? That's the problem. But I think Hippler isn't going to allow his thoroughness to be overruled, if you know what I'm saying. Like we actually replayed the entire hearing not too long ago, and it was crystal clear. Like he literally, like I actually edited it down to just all of the times where Kohberger was asked questions, and it was just absolutely just devastating. I mean, just one after another, specific things. Hey, thanks, Lisa. Florida gal, right? And Wild Bill Wassman.
And I can't believe he wants it. It just shows some real impairment. He has close to a PhD in criminal justice. There's, he's probably as educated as many criminal defense attorneys or prosecutors are.
Yeah, but Ann didn't lie. I mean, I'm actually wondering if Ann Taylor is going to be a witness for the state in this case. Why would Ann Taylor want her career to look like she was incompetent and lying? I think they're going to go there. See, this case is one of those cases where the evidence was so overwhelming against Bryan Kohberger, and death penalty was on the table. Now, if they were actually smart, because I sort of feel like Bill Thompson wouldn't have gone for death, even if he was found guilty. They should have just went for a trial angle, but he didn't want to risk it. He didn't want to risk, I don't know if they have the firing squad there, or what, hanging, or whatever they got still over there. He didn't want to risk that. So he pled guilty, and he admitted to doing everything. There's not one moment in time where it looked like he was, I didn't do it, I didn't do it. Not one moment in time. And Hippler got him to answer every single question. And I think that's what's going to come down to. Does this information that Kohberger is, can he prove it in a way that then makes it believable that every single one of those questions that he answered can be revoked? What happened? I'm sure they have some kind of plan. Busy to do his case. No, she wasn't. That's the biggest case she had. She wasn't too busy. I don't agree with that. I don't know if somebody accidentally hid you for a second there, Cindy. Not sure what happened. Yeah. I think that Ann Taylor had been communicating with the prosecution a little bit, talking. They sort of make it sound like it went down a little differently. But you just sort of wonder. It seems like they made some Hail Mary attempts. Remember, they tried to get some stuff thrown out at the end there, and it just didn't happen. They tried to get the 48 hours thing to, take something off the table. That didn't work. And then they tried to, there was one other thing that they tried. And I just think that was the last gasp, and that's when she said, hey, listen, we're going to try these things, Bryan. And if we don't get anything for them, we might consider trying to go for a plea deal because the evidence against you is so overwhelming. We just want to try to save your life.
For him to say, look, I didn't know what was...
Well, she was never ready. You know why? Because here's what probably happened with Ann Taylor. I think at one point she was given all the information. She looked at it, and she saw it, put together, sort of summarized, and went, wow, he did it. And then, so she sort of lost interest. It's kind of like I don't have interest in listening to all the different interviews of people, like neighbors and so forth. I'll listen to a little bit, hey, did they hear something? But it's just not really interesting because Kohberger's the killer. Right? It's so obvious. It's almost ridiculous. If you just look at it like this, Kohberger was within 100 meters of the residence 23 times prior. And nobody even had seen him before. So what does that mean? That he's sort of hiding in the darkness. All right? And then, we have all those complaints about his behavior and so forth at Washington State. And then you have this white Elantra driving around, circling like a shark, did 4 different passes. Actually, there's like 4A, 4B. It drives around, and then the Elantra parks right behind the residence at 4:08 and drives away at 4:20 and 47 seconds. So that white Elantra, you might go, well, how do we know that's Kohberger's? It could have been anybody's. Great! 4:08 to 4:20 and 47 seconds, a white Elantra is parked there, which, by the way, is missing a front license plate and has no fog lights. Okay? It's parked there for 12 minutes and 47 seconds minimum. And then the car drives away, right, at 4:20 and 47 seconds. But guess what? In the middle of that, we know that Xana Kernodle was still awake at 4:12, moving around. So that means nothing had happened prior, and nothing happened prior to that, because Xana Kernodle's moving around. The DoorDash driver was there. Xana texted the door driver, "Hey, are you lost?" While she's outside. It's right. It's like at 3:50 something, and the DoorDash driver's just pulling away a little around 4 o'clock. Then Kohberger pulls in, parks at 4:08. Xana's still awake because she just got her food, for Christ's sake. Sorry for that, if that offends anybody. Then she pulls over. Now he pulls over at 4:08 and then drives away at 4:20 and 47 seconds. Inside of that time, all 4 victims were killed while that car was parked there. And then, oh, by the way, inside of that 12 minutes and 47 seconds, a knife sheath was left on Madison Mogen's bed that had Bryan Kohberger's DNA on it. a person who owns a white Elantra missing its front license plate, a person whose vehicle stopped pinging at like 3:20, let's see, I think it was like 2:40 something in the morning, 2:52 in the morning, and then turned on again at 4:48 just south of Idaho. So his phone wasn't on during the exact time that that car was looping around the house. He also purchased a K-bar knife sheath while he was still living in Pennsylvania before moving to the state of Washington. And he purchased a balaclava over there. He purchased a knife sheath, the knife, and a sharpener. And I mean, the case is just, it's so freaking simple. It's almost unbelievable. And I think it was a calling card, yeah. I know you probably don't, KJ, but I think it was a calling card. But, you know, it makes sense, too, that it got knocked off in a battle or something. You know, it just, I think he left it, I think he was going to leave it there as a calling card. He may have sat it down, stabbed, and was just going to get out of there. But then more happened, and he left it there because that's what he intended to do, and he thought he had cleaned it. Well, it was kind of interesting. On an interview I watched with Goncalves, he said that they are actually able to tell there was different on the button snap. There were different time frames of like how old the cells were from Kohberger. So there was multiple times that he had touched the button prior. So that means he just didn't clean that area. Isn't that amazing? The rest of the knife sheath did not have Kohberger's DNA on it. Anyways, any chance you guys can help support the channel tonight?
Going on, or I was misled. That's really tough. And also, all he seems to be saying is, jail is worse than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I saw that. Of course, he's been in solitary confinement, but I did his attorneys, I imagine they told him what jail would be like.
That's very, very common. First of all, what they had told him, the big deal was that, look, the death penalty cells, the death penalty prison that you're going to be in, where you wait for capital punishment, is really bad. That's really bad. And where you're going to go is better than that. And that's what he's saying. And he's saying, sure, it's better, but it's not that great.
Well, part of Kohberger's argument is that investigators
usually you don't get great living conditions after you've killed 4 people. Just saying.
Never looked into a hair that was found on.
But they said it'd be better. You know, I was offered a Twinkie a day, you bastards.
In Chapin's hand. Now, according to court filings, investigators collected both light and dark colored hairs. DNA testing excluded Kohberger as the source of one of those hairs. But do you think an argument like that gives Kohberger a fighting chance, or not so much? Not really.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt. He has to have manifest injustice. He has to show that this is really, it's really unbelievable that he can be found guilty. And so he had the greatest lawyers you could possibly have. They did their job. These people do not, death penalty lawyers like he had cannot stomach sleeping during these cases because they worry about the death. So when they save someone's life like this, it's a big victory. And so I think he got a heck of a deal. And it just, you know, a lot of the time these guys are over there in isolation and they want to get out. They want to do something. They're bored. So what do they have to lose? They think they file these petitions. I've been doing this almost 40 years and I see these all the time.
Idaho now has death by firing squad. Do you think that could have played any role into this? I see you nodding your head.
You know, who knows what goes on, but it's silly, and I don't think the judge is going to give it a lot of credibility whatsoever. He's lucky that he, escaped the death penalty.
Yeah, he's also lucky to even get a hearing. Let's see, the plea agreement waived Kohberger's right to directly appeal his conviction and sentence, leaving...
You've been captured by a flock safety camera. The license plate...
Jesus, would you shut up? During his plea hearing last year, Hippler addressed Kohberger directly to explain the possible penalties for the crime that he is set to plead guilty to. If successful with his petition, Kohberger would be allowed to withdraw his guilty plea. His convictions would be vacated. I think it's like incredibly difficult to overturn this plea deal that he did. And it's just going to be a nonsensical plea deal. It's going to be hilarious too, because you had all these morons jumping up and down, going, "Thank you, God, he didn't do it." Like when he asked to take back his plea, like they were right or something because he did that. Yeah, because as soon as Kohberger took back his plea, it therefore meant the conspiracy nutjobs were correct. You got to be kidding me. These people are just crazy loons. Thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. Yeah, I don't understand the. It's such a common thing though in true crime. People think it's edgy and cool to be against the prosecution, as if everything that they do is bogus. You know, like there's always some other thing that's really happening here. You know. So, I'm not sure. Oh, there it is over here. Now, what do you guys think? Okay, what I was going to do over here, though, you guys, remember how we got that new footage? I mean, not the new footage, but the law enforcement driving the route. Don't you think it'd be cool to fill all this in with that? And if you hang around tonight and watch what we're doing here, you'll see, again, every single movement that Kohberger took. You know what I should do is put it up here. Let's see. There it is. Let's see if we go to there. Yeah, I think that's it. Go down. Zoom in on that one. All right, who's going to do a challenge for me tonight in here? Do you guys want to do this? Or I think it'd be cool to take this footage and then have it blend in up here with this. Because they actually reenacted exactly the routes. I don't think I have... yeah, so if we go back... Yeah, I think it's all these, right? All the way to... Not there. Yeah, so it's kind of like right... Not there. Here's the first one. Yeah, this is over at Floyd's Cannabis Shop. That stuff. I want to start over here. All right. Yeah, I think this will be cool. Yeah, so this is the on Linda Lane here. So when Kohberger, you know, however he got into town, you know, he came into town and he ends up starting off where they first get him on surveillance. He is right here, driving. Now, you know, law enforcement drives up here. We can do the same thing. He could have came in from over here. In fact, if he took Highway, 8 in there, it seems like he would have been on surveillance, but could have taken Highway 8 and then turned right there and then came around. Oh, you guys can't see it. What's going on the screen right here? What is this? Oh, I see. I got to turn that off. Here, let's just use this. All right. Yeah, so Indian Hills Drive is right here. And so the cops, the law enforcement officer that you were going to watch, he, I think it's right. Isn't it right here? I think it's right there. There you go. He pulls out right here and he takes a right and then he drives up around and then he just goes up here onto Indian Hills Drive and he starts driving. So we'll start it right when he gets up here. How about that? Right there, and he turns left. That's when we'll pick it up. So here he is this is on the left-hand side of the screen here. Let's just play this. Hey Jim, is there any chance you could stop doing those comments, please? They're not funny, they're not cute, they're not like, oh, there's Jim again. They're ridiculous, okay? So just quit doing it. All right? I hate having to always hide the comments, and it's shameful when they actually appear on the screen. So can you just stop making those comments, please? That'd be great. All right, so right now the car's driving. It's going to turn left up here in a second. And notice we had 170-something people a minute ago, but now they're not interested in the actual shit that makes a difference, It's just, I hate this, man. I just... So right where that car is pulling out is where he's going to turn here. Yeah, but you've said that before, Jim, and then the next night you say the same damn thing right at the end of the show. It's not really funny or anything. It's just getting to the point where it's just like, oh, geez, here we go. I mean, you're so normal sounding most of the time, and all of a sudden you throw out your disgusting comments. All right, so the car parks right here, and then eventually it drives straight. I'm just going to scrub it forward until it moves. So I think it's coming up, right? Wait, let's see if I go back. All right, right there. All right, so we'll grab that. And then here it is driving by. Here, I'll go all the way till it turns to the right. So these are 3 different cameras picks this up right here. Comes around the corner. All right, so I'll just grab that part. And we don't need the audio from it. There it is, and then all right. And let's see what it looks like from above. Yeah, so this I think it's this house right there and this one, or these two. So when it drives forward and then it kind of goes around right before it's looping, that's where it's picked up. Or I'll turn them all on just so we can see it. Do you guys, is there any chance we can not have another one of these nights again? It's just, man, I do all I can for you guys, and I just don't know. Yes, these are the 3 houses that have the cameras on it, right there. And we have them starting right at this point right there. And then I think it's pretty sure this house right there is the one. Let me just make sure I can see it there. Yeah, I think that's it. And so that car is stopped, I think, right here by this fire hydrant, right? Let's see if we can see that fire hydrant. Yeah, there it is right there. There's the fire hydrant right there on the right. So that means that this house right here is the one. And then let's see if I get rid of that. So I'd say we can pick it up. Let's just pick it up right there. Yeah, so just like that. Wait, what? I have this. Hold on. Why is that getting? How's that getting that shot? Oh, is that from me when I went there? I don't know. Let's see. So I think that's the house is right there. I thought that was going to be easier to do that. There it is, right there. So probably about right here is there, just like that. So this is what it would look like. Comes the vehicle. And then there it is on the camera. It's kind of going pretty slow. Now it's fast. It went really slow at the beginning. Alright, and there it goes. So let me take some of this out of here. Thanks, Haley. And then that's the first one up above. And you can see the lights up here. See that? Watch this. There it is right up above. So I guess if we were looking at from above here, you're putting it together, you try to do it like it's a movie, you know. Did you hear that? He said movie. It'd be like right here. So just as it's about to kind of veer to the right, that's when you can see it up there. So I'd probably have it go to right there. Let's see if we can see that on. So let's see, hold on, right up above there. Yeah, right up there. So we go like that, and then let's move this a little bit more. Goes forward. Yeah, it's probably like right there. And then move that to here. I think that's right, yeah. Does it veer off to the right like that? Yeah. So it's going straight and then kind of veer. Alright. He said it is like you use different cameras and you can just pick the ones that put everything together. But hey guys, we've already been on here for an hour and 11 minutes and we are currently at 1/6 still of the nightly goal. So if there's any chance you guys could help support the channel, that would be awesome. We need more channel memberships, etc. Alright, and then the next one, after it goes around and starts turning, that's when the camera down there, I think, where was that one? Let's see where that one is. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's up that little driveway. You just see it up there. It's right through that little gap. I mean, it's amazing too because it's so clear. Here, I'll show you. Oh, this was a huge video, right? I think I have to... Yeah, that was it. I mean, you can literally see the window of the car right through there. See that? There's the Elantra driving by. Really clear shot of it. I mean, it's not really clear, but you can make out the... It's the car right after the one that is an Elantra. And you can literally see through the window. Huh? Why, Sandy? Why does he deserve some of those? Jesus, you guys. I don't want those comments anymore, okay? I just don't. Yeah, maybe right at the end of the show when it's closing, that's funny, but during the show, it's not. So it's not much after that, it's just another, just as it's about to turn. Yeah, I think that's the driveway right there. Yeah, so it's like right there, maybe. Is that right at the beginning? Okay, maybe like that. Right, there you go. Jesus. Okay, so we got that. Let's get the... so far, there it is driving. Drives by. I'm using the footage that Officer Payne did a drive-through of what Kohberger did, which is similar to what I had done, but they go all the different places that I didn't go when I went there. Yeah, so I guess I don't really need all this, so that can be all replaced now with... So right when it drives by there, boom. And so that would be right after the surveillance up there. Then switch over to this. And then here it goes. Okay, that's way later. So it kind of just shows you how slow Kohberger was driving up here. Well, I guess it doesn't really, because I didn't make this keeping that in mind. So hold on, let me go all the way to there, zoom in. Right, so I can just use this footage, because there's no footage in here. But this is exactly what Kohberger did. Just how we had it, too. Turns left, and then gets on Steiner, and then goes to the intersection. Up here. And then goes through the intersection, and right there is where it's picked up on camera, right here. See this? Right up in the upper right-hand corner. See that little footage of it driving through that intersection? So it's right there. And what I should do is like go to here, so it's not as long of a wait. Is there anybody out there that's going to do a challenge for me tonight? Yeah, right there. See that? Okay, and then we fill in this part with more from the vehicle shot that we have. So right there, goes through the intersection, then picks up right here. And then, probably let's just go to right there. Guess I could just sort of slide these over instead of doing the whole thing again. See that? So there he is, boom. And then that building right back here films the car right there. Maybe I'll go a little bit further with this. Maybe to there. I think that's good there. There we go. So there he comes, right there. And then right after that, you know, like we could right there, you know, sort of shift over just for like a second of footage from right to, you know, from maybe like right here to right there, maybe just the smallest little bit. Maybe just a little bit more. Right here. All right, guys. You guys know that I do these shows every single night, and I hope that people support the channel when I do the shows. We're getting close to our last day of the month here. It's one of the worst months we've ever had, so if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, I would appreciate it. We're just trying to get to the end of the month here, and we're just seem to be struggling again. So if you guys could do a challenge or do something, that would be great. We don't have any, you know, nobody's commenting, nobody's doing anything. We're just sort of hovering in stagnant land here. So if somebody out there could do a challenge of some sort or support the channel, that would be great. Every night I'm relegated to the same conversation. It's just, yeah. So there goes the car. That's actually where it should be edited, right there. Right as it leaves the screen. The second it leaves the screen, cut over to this camera of the vehicle, then this one. So here we go. Boom. And then it drives like that, and then bam, there it goes. Up the round. Just to give you a little glimpse again. And it goes up to the top up there. Can't really see it much. So I'd say maybe cut it, you know, cut it to right there, right as it's going around, and then it straightens out a little bit right there. So I probably don't need the whole surveillance because it's so minuscule. So probably there. All right, guys. Do you guys want me to do this or what? We're not having any interaction in the chat again, and this is where the show ends if we don't get more communication going on. I've told you guys this many times. So if we aren't getting communicate, this is exactly what happens and why there's no support, because nobody's interested in what we're doing. So if we can please get the ball rolling here, keep people talk, do something. I mean, this is exactly right. If I was doing conspiracies, everybody like, oh yeah, this is really cool. Ooh, 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 ooh. You'd be so interested. But when you're doing the factual shit, people go, oh yeah, okay, forget it. Yeah. It's ridiculous. So he goes right there, and then he turns. Right, yeah, I'll keep going, but let's get the support going. Let's get the people communicating. Start typing in what you're seeing on the screen, you know, or whatever the hell it is. That would be great. I think that's Linda Lane right there. Or is that Linda Lane? Yeah, let's see. Shit. All right, so you go through that one. It's one past the one that has a road on the right. Okay, so there's a road on the right, and it's this one. So I would say right there, and then move this over. Let's see. So maybe there. And you see him in the distance there. What I could probably do is, just so you see the whole thing, zoom in on it a little bit. Yeah, let's see. Maybe if I just go back to here-ish, and then add a little bit more of this one. Because you can actually see right there, you can see the light of the vehicle. Watch. See that? And so it's probably about right there in this shot. Slide it over. Thanks, Haley. That's too far back. All right, let's see if the timing works. Driving through that little intersection, then goes by Linda Lane. Right there. So maybe I can, right around to this point, zoom in all the, like as far in there as I can. Not way in there, but like this. And then you can see it. So it starts off like this. And then here comes the car through that intersection. So right when it goes through and you can't see the light, I'd say about right, like, right after that one little light disappears right there. That's where that one ends. And then we pick up this one, and then let's go back. Goes around. There's that street, and then right there is about that spot. Bring that in, so now it's like this. There it is driving by, and then here it is out here. Now it's about to go in. This is sweet. All right. Alright, so look at how it's putting the lights on that building there, right? So what we're going to do is take that right at that moment, and then I think this has it. Let's see. I'll start it right when the lights hit that building. Right there. Isn't that cool? It'll tie in really nicely if you watch it. So look at right when it's turning and the lights start hitting that building. There it is up there. Coming in. And then right there, it's just passing the building. 1112 King Road. And then now we have, let's see. Why is that dark like that? Oh, that's right. I have the overlay supposed to be on there. There you go. See, now you can see it. It looks better because you can see it at night with the overlay on it. See that? And then right after that is the Linda Lane footage. However, now we can add in the part of the car when it drives up the hill there. So just now it passed, it's right about now is about where it disappears from that camera. So then right there, and then goes up. And it's going to drive around. And they don't drive. I went quicker through here. It did kind of drive a little bit like this the first times, a little slower, like this. All right. And then I think right around in here, right when it's turning here, is when. Actually, we gotta pull it up here. Let's see. So right there-ish. I might be able to shift it over. Let me cut that off. And then bring this over. Yeah, see? And then up there, it comes around the corner. And then we'll go to about right there. And we'll pick that up about right here. See? Just after it goes off the camera. So tell me if this looks pretty good. So here it comes, driving this direction. Like if you watch this, if somebody out there, if you're watching and you haven't seen this, it'll all make sense. And then it's right up there. So let's see, was the timing on that good? How close was it? Yeah, I think it needs to be a little further on that. And then this should be, I put that about right there where you can actually see it already. So here it comes. Comes around the corner. Ah, I saved it. So it looks like this coming up, and there it is. Now what I could do again on this one is I could have it look about like this to here, and then zoom in right in this area. And then zoom in right there and kind of just so you can see it a little bit better. Yeah, so let's see what it looked like. Comes around. There it is. And that's exactly what the car is doing. And then it comes around and it starts turning here. That's where we can put the, I think this might work. I think up here is where the light appears right when it's doing that turn. There it is, see that? So just as it's turning, the light appears right up on the top up there of that building. You can see it. And then the vehicle actually parks for a while back here. That's the thing. It literally parks. It's hard to keep everything on the screen at the same time. What a challenge is if somebody says, hey, I'll donate 5 gifted memberships if 5 different people donate 1. So it's kind of doubles up, and we've had none of those, and we're getting very little support tonight. Seems to be a reoccurring theme. So you got that. And then, well, I guess we'll have to move that out of the way for a minute. And then Does he stop there? Yeah, he doesn't really stop. But. So I guess, the thing is, Kohberger stops there. I'm not going to try to be accurate on that part of it. He stops there for like a minute, right behind the house. I could, do some sort of a, let's see, right here, I could do a hold. Let's see it. The frame, or insert frame hold segment. And I think that stays still, and then it would start moving again. We could say, so it stops, and then goes to here, and then we start seeing the headlights down here at a certain point. Move this out of the way. See how long he stood back there? Now we see the headlights coming. That goes right there. Let's see, does that work good? Yeah, let's see. So this would probably be more up to there. And then right when it goes to there, we will go back to the car. Right here. Goes around, and then right about here is where you can't see it anymore. And he drives around, and I think it's right there, right around the curve when you can see it behind. So there, let's see. So let's see, it goes around a curve, and then it's a straightaway, and just before it turns again. Yeah, see, it's this one. That's the little straightaway, and then right there, that's when the vehicle's picked up driving behind 1119, I think. And there it is up there. So I'll switch, take up that little time that was right there. By the way, it was almost exactly the same. See it up above there. And then right there it goes around that corner by the next house. I probably don't need to switch over to the other camera. I just say right there. Yeah, say about right there. But yeah, this is the whole thing. So it drives around, then it goes by the next. And so that'll probably be about right there. And then this is all the stuff that they did. They recorded. Again. So it drives around and then goes down here. Yeah, this is right. Yeah, so I don't need any of this. We're filling it in with the and then I think right here are these shots. Right here, yeah. I think that one's more important than this one. All right, guys. Are you guys noticing how there's no support at all and very few people are typing? Have you guys noticed that? I mean, it's just so unbelievable, you know. I think probably right there. Right, see you later. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's perfect. So that's that. Making the turn. You go to that one. Okay. There we go. Just right there. You also spent a minute or two down there. Somewhere, doing something. All right, let's see. There it is, right at the top. See, what do you guys make of that right there, where Jim does the same damn comment again? What do you guys think of that? I mean, it's ludicrous. I mean, it's like it's. I just asked him not to do it, and he does it again. Yeah. I've actually had people say they don't watch because he makes those comments. But I let it go, you know. Just stupid. Yeah. I agree, Timothy. Yep, no to the support to the channel. I've had very little. People just stare at the screen and act like, oh yeah, we get to Gray just does all this, we deserve it, blah, 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 blah. And these conspiracy channels look like a freaking slot machine, you know? I just don't know. It's like you almost, sometimes you just feel like giving up. I'm sure that's what a lot of people would like. It's been feeling like that a lot lately. Right there. Okay, well, we're going to have to get you removed there, Jim. They're not jokes. They're stupid, vulgar comments that you make. And nobody laughs. Nobody thinks they're funny. Your jokes about your iguana, all that shit, that's okay, okay? But your disgusting comments aren't going to be accepted, Jim. Right? Yeah, send in a super chat, Barbara, if you want. Thanks, that'd be great. I mean, I think it's fun having you around for the music and stuff like that. Very rarely the cases. You're always just kind of goofing around, but I'm okay with that. But what I'm not okay with is your vulgar comments, okay? I'm not okay with that. All right, there we go. Hey, thanks, Barbara Williams. Somebody supported the channel. Wow, it's a freaking miracle. Thank you. You already said 10 for her, Jim, but you keep making your vulgar comments. Why do you keep doing that? The show isn't about you, Jim, and you're trying to make it that way. Yeah, we all have bad days, you know. You make the same jokes every day. Goes up. And then I'd say about right there. A little bit further. Right there. That's where this camera comes in. Right there. So this sequence looks like this. Comes around. Don't you think it's cool to see it like that, where it's all together in a row? You know? You know what you could almost do is, let's see, hold on. What if I unlink the audio from here? Or unlink the audio from the, and then just extend the audio out. Let's see what this sounds like. Now it'll be with the cop car. Watch. Yeah, I guess it's kind of not really the way it would be. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. The conspiracy. Hey, did you guys hear that audio when the guy was... Yeah. Forget it. Hey, thanks you guys. Timothy and Lisa. And then it drove by right there. And that's done. That's it for that one. And then I think I can take... Oops. That. Move it over. See what's up with that. Right there. Maybe right here. And there we go. So now it comes around. You see it driving up there. I guess I could do the same exact, let's see. Ooh. Not sure what happened there, but all right. Right there. Around the corner, then right there again. Alright, I see the light on the building. And it's right up here. See, that's like a key light that they use. See how it turns up there? I want to have it pause again. You can't watch YouTube in prison. I don't know what he's doing in there. What are you talking about? Horse teeth, cow teeth? You sound really naive when you make stupid comments like that. Yeah, I don't care if somebody can't, like if I say, hey, you're making vulgar comments, and they can't stop doing it, horse teeth, cow teeth, what am I supposed to do? Why are you even making comments? I didn't ask you what your opinion was or anything about that. You've been doing this stuff lately. It almost seems like you're from a different community. Okay? Nobody asked you what your opinion was. Yeah. Yeah. Want me to read them to you? I'll read them to you. He says, my nuts need boiling. He says, I mean, you know, it's like every other, it's way more than that, you know, like it just goes on and on and on and on and on. I don't need to listen to you, okay? I'm getting really tired of it. And Jim, I'm getting tired of you causing distraction like this. You know, if you can't just be like a cool person that that you're just here and everything's great, then I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't like the comments. I've told you I don't like the comments. I think it's incredibly disrespectful that you keep making them after I've told you I don't like them in here. This is my YouTube channel. It's my show. I don't like them, and you keep doing it anyways as if you think it's funny and cool to be that disrespectful. I would never do that to you, okay? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that you can't just be, I mean, I don't know, that's wild. I mean, hell, I go out of my way, you know, when we do the music part to get you included, put your songs in there, but do all the stuff for it, you know, and you just ask what your opinion is and stuff like that, and you just can't be respectful. I don't give a shit what horse teeth, cow teeth, her opinion or his opinion, whoever the hell that is. I don't care. All right. And thanks for putting me in the position yet again. It's awesome. All right. After it turns. Hey, well, thanks, Phyllis Watson. It did. I did have 2 polyps, but they removed them. And thank you so much. It's been just a dead night. But yes, I had 2 polyps in there. Oh, you missed the part where. Here, I'll show you again. Watch this. Here, let me show you this. So after the surgery, or not surgery, the procedure, I was sitting there trying to get out of my grogginess, and I was just like this. No, wait, yeah, just like that. I was sitting there like this, just talking normally. Hey, you know, yeah. And then somebody, hey, you know, great, you have 2 glasses on. And I go, what the hell are you talking about? So I go, I was like, whoa. And then I said, how come you guys didn't tell me earlier, for God's sakes? You know, I mean, this isn't, normal people don't do that. You don't put regular prescription glasses over sunglasses. Yeah. Okay, we'll see, Jim. We'll see. Yeah, well, I did make it. Did create a lot of laughter. I made I made my sarcasm jokes to the nurses and everything, and they were laughing, and that was pretty funny. I go, you guys didn't think of telling me that? You guys think this is what I do? I mean, I wear the. It was pretty funny. Yeah, but they weren't, because it was glasses over the sunglasses. They don't make them like that. So no, they couldn't have been. There were sunglasses and then reading glasses over the top. All right, so then I can slide these ones over. Hey, we're making good progress here anyways. Okay, so that's exactly what the car is doing. Comes around, just like that. And then, so right after it turns, we'll have to do the same thing again. Right there. Probably getting really close to the end. All you can do is kind of guess a little bit. Let's see how accurate this is, though. So I'm just going to move, keeping this surveillance in order here, and then let's just throw in, right when this goes to the end. It should be about right there in that video. And then if I extend this out to where it's touching the surveillance, how close is this? Let's see. Well, that's actually, we got to do it like, that's not going to work. Where's it, where you first see it behind there? Oh, that's the... Interesting. What the hell's the car up there? That's wild. You can't even see it. There it is. So right there is the next time you can see it. Okay, I just wanted to test the timing just based on this. So if it's right there-ish, and then, let's see, and then if I just cut out, so see how the car is almost at the end of that street, maybe, let's see. So let's see, it's right there driving, and probably about right there, it's getting close. And then, so just back off a little of this one. So probably about right there. And then if we put this over here, how accurate is just this? And then when it cuts back over, let's see. Is that right? Right before the curve? Let's see. Yeah, see that? Right through there. It's right there, right before the curve. Yeah, it's perfect. Oh, you can't see anything. Oh, sorry. Well, that's what you get from me telling the jokes. Sorry. I'm just looking at the screen. It shows you how focused I am. Okay, let me do this again. So this is what we just did. Went like this. So the car comes in and drives around, goes all the way around. And then, let me make it so you can see the whole thing. Oh yeah, and then the light up at the top. Then here it comes around the corner. Then there it goes, exiting. And then what my test was is right here. See how it's just right there? How will this turn out when it goes around the corner and it's just naturally using the police, the vehicle just to see the timing. And then watch this. See how it almost gets to the curve up there. And then I cut over, and then look at that. It goes right to the vehicle right behind there. It's perfect. And so when you look above, this is what I just showed you. Up above, this is the little gap. There's the building right here, 1112 King Road, and the camera goes through there, and it's right, so about right there, just as it's making that turn around, and that's exactly what's happening. If you go back up to here, see that? It's right there, and then boom, it's at the top there. So really the timing was perfect on that drive right there. Good they caught what? Horse teeth. What are you talking about? And so you can just see it right there. And I guess we'll just have to move some of this away. And this gets brought back in. Probably about right there. Yeah. And then it drives around. And there it is right down here again. And this time it does a U-turn, which is cool because now we actually will have the U-turn on in the vehicle perspective. So let's put the U-turn in there. Oops. So right in here he's doing the U-turn. So I think what I'll do is right when you can see it, it's interesting because look at the top of the car here, watch. See how you can see it's doing a U-turn? Look at it went like that, and then watch how it, you see the light going back up the top of it, up the hill there. It's really cool. I like that. So it's turning right there. So let's take that out of there. Oops. The hell was it? There. But then it does a U-turn. Okay, so about right there, we'll pick it up. Yeah, it'll be confusing to people. You gotta have the right there. So let's see what that looks like. Ah, that's perfect. All right. And right there. Let's move, take that away, and then bring in the rest of that one. And then you can just sort of watch it as it kind of dries. Does a U-turn, and then right there you see it going up the hill, and then maybe just kind of get to about right there. What's this stuff? Okay, there's nothing in that one. I don't mind the iguana comments because we made a song about an iguana, even though he might be talking about something else. Your procedure? Oh, they caught it. Okay, I thought you were talking about something else. Yeah, well, the first time I did one of the colonoscopy, I had one polyp. The second time I had two, and the third time I have two. But apparently, these things grow really, really slow. So for people out there that if you haven't got a colonoscopy in 20 years, unless you're like 70 or whatever, it's like, you probably want to go get it checked out because they grow slowly, but once they get to a certain point, then they turn into something bad. Well, let's do one, Kiva. Let's do it. That'd be great. And thank you, Timothy and Lisa Valenzuela, for your 2 coffees. I had to block that one person on email. They just kept emailing me about, the Kohberger. There's somebody else that was helping. It's like over and over and over again, saying they hear this audio. It's just crazy. Okay, so probably right in there is where the next surveillance kicks in. See, for people that are watching this, you'll know the whole damn thing. And way better than everybody else. That's kind of what we do here. What's that right there? Is that when it... Oops. There it is. Okay. Does that slightly pick that up then? Yeah. Okay. So it's right there. Man, that's weird. It has just a little bit of this one clip that they gave. What do you mean they gave, Gray? What about the rest of us? Well, you get it online. Ah, sorry about that, Jessica. Yeah, you need to get one more often. Okay, this is the time where he... That's right. There's some... This is where they did this right, but that's not where the car went. let me look at this again. Wow, that's crazy. You know, I think I thought of this one time, but see that car right there? That's Kohberger. But look at the timing. This is DoorDash coming in. So he saw that car pulling in, and he didn't go in. Here, watch this. That's DoorDash right there. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. I think I saw that one. So he didn't go in at all. But he also doesn't do what the cops are doing in this video here. So that's one of the, I guess that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem here. That's interesting though, isn't it? So it comes down, and then I need to get, that's the overlay. God, it's so crazy. See that? You know, you would almost think that that vehicle is the DoorDash, but it's not. That car up there is Kohberger's vehicle. But he saw the DoorDash pulling in and didn't go in. And that's when he... So that's... Isn't that crazy? Because that means he was driving around right here. And then he saw the... About right here, he saw the DoorDash driver go in. And that's when he, like, parked right over here. That's when he parked there the first time. They just have it wrong where they said it stopped. It parked right in there, somewhere in this area. And then after that goes this way and then in. So it's almost like I got to go back and use their original video to show the reality. Okay? God, that sucks. How do you do that? Let me see if I can find a way to... So when that car comes around and then drives back, so that's when it first... That's number 2. And then... Okay, yeah, so it's driving up there, does this whole thing. And then when it comes back around, they pull over right there. But that's not what we need it to do. So let me just go back to when it's coming in. Yeah, right there. So I'll take that one. Put this over here. God. I don't think I ever remembered that was that close. That's just more evidence. Okay. So you see it up there, right here. And then how far? I think this needs to just go a little bit back. Yeah, maybe like right there. Oh wait. Yeah, so I can, let's see if I can stitch these together, even though it's a different video. So you see that white sign there, and the last, oh, that was so close anyways, probably about right there, right? That's funny, I took 2 different clips, and they're almost identical. Let's see. It should be about right. Let's see. These ones. All right. Oh, God, just a little bit. Right? Let me make it. I bet this will almost look seamless. Right there. These are two different times it went around, but they're almost identical. See, right there. Now watch these will look like they're the same one. Here we go. It's going to be so close. Watch. You won't even notice. Just barely shifted over. Do you see that? That was crazy. Oh wait, this is where it's... Well, that's okay. That's too far up there. Should have been... No, that was right. Hmm. You haven't been around since Straight Drop. Jesus, that's ridiculous. That's 9 years ago. What's the point? Yeah, this is hard. I have to sort of manufacture I try to get it to... Oh man, I got allergies or something. Go back. So it's right here is pretty much where this kicks in. Right, and then that, let's see. Just after that, right there, this one kicks in. Yeah. And then we just kind of have to... It sucks because you have to go past that entrance. And here's how we know this too. See this DoorDash guy, the driver here? Look at the headlights right over here. See, watch this. See how the headlights are hitting that building? That's how we know that that's not the car that's up above. Alright, that's not the car up above. You see that right there? Those are the headlights hitting the building. What's happening here is a car driving this direction as it's turning, the headlights hit the top of that building. Alright? So that means the DoorDash driver came from here, the car above is Kohberger. He saw the car go in there and didn't want to go in at that point. So he drove over and parked over here somewhere. And then what you'll see is the vehicle. So I guess what I'm going to have to do, I don't know how to mimic that here. I could put like wording in there. I put an arrow or something. Like if it got, when it was right here, See, when this car is coming around and it turned in, you wouldn't have the reflection up there. All right, so let's just add maybe a little bit more. So right here, I'll do what's called a frame hold. Let's see, insert frame hold segment. Right, get rid of the rest of that. Then, so this will just stay still, and maybe I'll have to put writing up there and an arrow or something. Let's see. I could put is it, how do you spell it like that? I can't remember. Elantra. Heart. Just somewhere around in this area. I'll have to put it there and have an arrow pointing kind of over there somewhere. Okay, then what we'll have to do is go back to the original time it drove in. So we'll go all the way back to here. Go all the way around, ding, 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 and then right here, we pick this one up. So we'll have to use that previous footage from, and then, so, because I think he parked right inside, right there even, like right inside there. So I'm gonna just go to here. And then it'll, just sort of imitating how it was right there, and then it turned in. Now, actually, it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that. Shit. Yeah, the problem is the car's over here and goes back up the hill again, so it doesn't do that. That'd be a hard one to mimic, for sure. You know what I mean? So the thing is, the car parks right over there, and then it drives back. It doesn't go into the complex. You see, that is the DoorDash driver. Okay. Now look up above up there. That's Kohberger after the DoorDash driver went in there. He just did a quick turn. Now this case, he could have turned where they said, I guess. You know that? He could have. Because it's pretty quick. Let's see how long that took. 3:46:50. He's driving up here at 3:45:11. And the DoorDash driver is pulling in right when he would be there. So did he just drive by and then turn around? And then, so the DoorDash driver comes in at 3:46:10. Yeah, Jesus. And then 3:47:07. Gosh, should I just, maybe I could just use what they had then. Because there's no way to disprove that. Let me throw that in there. Unfortunately, they parked there a second time, and that's not accurate. Okay, so all that crap I just did, timing that up, is irrelevant. Yeah, so this could be true here. So what I could do right here is put in insert. I don't think this is where but he really just turned around. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll have him stay here, and I'll have sees DoorDash driver and doesn't enter the complex. And that's the truth. All right, then it backs up and goes this way. So it seems like I need to throw the DoorDash driver in there also. So let's do we already have it driving? Do we see the if it returns? Shit. Yeah, this just gets so complex. So it's right there when. So is it this one? Yeah. So maybe that'll fit right in there. Let's see. Right there, up above. And then let's go back a little bit. That's the still. Shit. Yeah, boy. Man, this is one of those hard ones here. Hold on. So that would be right there. Get that out of there. Put that in. Move that. Insert frame hold option. Okay, then I think from there we then show the DoorDash driver coming in. And I need to put that on there. DoorDash driver enters complex. Okay, so when does it drive by right there? Okay, it drives by right there. So let's see if we can time this up good. Alright, so it turns around. There goes my stomach. Oh man, almost perfect. Look at that. Oh man. Right at that curve again, and there it is right there at the top, and then that was sweet. Alright, so here it goes. Let's just pretend that it did stop there. So here it goes. Hey Jim, don't blame other people for Gray got mad at me tonight, so I'm laying low. Why don't you just apologize for your absurd behavior and move forward, okay? You don't need to act like, oh, I understand, Sandy. You know, I'm. Come on, you guys. Jesus Christ, it's just getting to the point where it's almost ludicrous in here. Okay, don't make your like that comment. Sandy, Gray got mad at me again, so I'm laying low. How about this? I was being a dipshit again by putting out disgusting comments about my balls and all kinds of other shit in the chat, and Gray told me not to do it. Okay? That's what should be said. And I did it anyways because I wanted to be an asshole. Okay? That's what should be said, not your little whiny, oh, Gray got mad at me again. Stupid. Alright. Yeah, we all like you, Jim, but I've asked you politely 57,000 times not to make your disgusting jokes, and you keep doing them. And when you make your little dumb comments up there about how it's my fault, I'm just not going to deal with it. All right? All right, so here we go. Yeah, well, you should have said, well, don't blame Gray, Sandy. You ever thought of that? So you shouldn't understand what he said. All right, so here comes the DoorDash driver at 3:46:08. DoorDash driver enters the complex. Then the car's turning right here. Okay, and then I think I need to edit out some of that. We don't need to keep that. Well, I guess that is the real time, though, isn't it? And then it matches up perfectly with it driving by there. Okay, good. You guys like that one? We're in a good spot right there. And I guess, let's see what this car does. I think it does the same thing. It does another U-turn, if I remember correctly. Yeah, yeah, right here it does that U-turn again. Right there. Thank you, horse teeth, cow teeth. We're still trying to get Marty. Last night there was a big attempt to get your membership, Marty. Like, Chris O'Connell made it her mission. She gifted like 30 memberships, and yours didn't show up once, obviously. Okay, then that should go back to the car doing its, let me just throw that over there for now. Yeah, right there again. I guess I'll have to go at the end and put this overlay. Sometimes I like the darkness, though. It's kinda... And this is it doing the U-turn again. So it comes down right there, then boom. Just like that. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how to make it look. Just a second. I did it before. It was pretty good. Yeah, and I just think that's it. Just that little bit of surveillance is enough. What do you think? Let's see. There is some at the back end of it, so it goes around and then maybe put that in there. This will be cool. It is pretty tedious, Phyllis. Thanks for your nice comment up there. All right, let's see. Does that look smooth? There we go. Coming down. Just turning. Does a U-turn. There it is. Kind of continuing the U-turn. Then goes like that. And then you can kind of see the lights on top of the pickup truck going up there a little bit, and then boom, back up to there. I think that one looks pretty cool. Okay, Jim. Well, if you like to do what you want, you won't be welcome here at some point if you keep throwing out your little comments about your balls and shit like that on every freaking show. Okay, I don't care if it's at the buzzer when we've already stopped the show and we always remove the comment anyways. But you know, it's so rude to do that. You know, imagine if you had a place and people go in there and they start going, ah, blah, blah, blah. They just cuss all the, you know, make everybody else kind of uncomfortable with the comments, and then you ask them not to, and they go, screw you, man, I do what I want. Here, blah, blah, blah. It's childish. It really is. It's embarrassing. You know, it's just, it's crazy. All right, let's see. In this case, I think he's almost like a troll at this point, like wanting the attention, to have it all talked about himself, you know. You know, I don't need that little light on the top. That's just it. It's just good enough to have that U-turn, turn, and it comes up, and then it drives back. Hey, thanks for the coffee there, Marty. You know, I don't know, man. Okay, there it is. It's going to go down again. So I think it does that same thing again, right? Yeah. So I guess we're going to have to check that out. Now, this one, I don't think it's possible that it stopped there. So there he is up above. See that? And then, see what time it is? 3:50:52. And then there's a car that goes up there. That's not him, I don't think. Let's see. I don't believe that's him. And that, I think this is him right here. See how he's driving slow to check? The car before isn't doing that. So there is one car that drives by that isn't his up there. See that? That's not him. He's the one that's driving slow looking. But here's... And I guess that, you know what? I guess I have to say that it's possible it parked there again. Because it doesn't enter the complex again to know for certain. Are you guys still here? Do you guys want me to keep going, or? I'll wait for somebody to reply. All right. That does the turn. Comes back up around, and then yeah. So it's this is that turn, and then it's right over here is where it you can see it on camera from 1122 111 yeah 1112 King Road. That's not on any of that. And there it is. And then to right there. Look how slow, look at that. Look at that. I mean, Jesus. Absolutely watching the DoorDash driver at that point. So let's see if I just cut out that little window and see if it, I know it's small. So it's right here, and then you see it up here on the left, and then right when it goes through that little opening, passes the house, and then yeah, it's pretty much exactly in that spot there. Pretty close. Let's see when it picked that up again. It's probably more like about right here when that ends. So I'll do that. Pretty close, though. They didn't know. I mean, they didn't represent the slowness that he's driving up there. All right. So then I'll add that frame hold again. Have it hold there for a little bit. Okay, so it would be about right here when it shows up on the 1112 King Road camera again. Let's see, so there's a first car and then the second one. And it's interesting because, you know, the DoorDash driver does, that's when the DoorDash, so I wonder if I should keep that in there. So we just have him. Yeah, right there. Where the hell's the DoorDash driver? Jeez. Just saw it. Yeah, isn't that weird? Because the DoorDash driver's walking around and the lights are probably on in the car, so he didn't go in there. Hey, Kino, Saron, your brain has malfunctioned. If you have one at all. 5 brain cells, 4 aren't working. What happened to the one where it, okay. Man, I'm feeling what Phyllis was saying earlier. There's DoorDash. And right there, okay. So we'll just take that out for a second. And then put this in, right? Okay. Actually, that needs to be parked. So it's just kind of be like that. So it's still parked there. And then it backs up and then drives back out. Okay, and then so after it pulls back out and drives, it's about right there where it picks it up again. So we slide that in there. See that? It backs up, and then right there, and then there it is up above, and then it drives by. And then we can just put this here and then find that spot. Spot right there. And there you go. Sweet, huh? Let me hit that save button. I hear you. I hear you, Timothy. I hear you. Hey, hit that like button if you find this interesting. Because as usual, we only got 98 likes. You know, not even 100 likes. It's pretty easy to hit that button. But if you guys could please help support the channel on YouTube, that would be great. We aren't even we're at like 34% of a normal nightly YouTube. Not even that. We're at 33%. It's not good. Hello. Okay, does it do it? Oh, where's it going this time? Oh, shit. Oh, so he's doing the one where... Okay, now it's entering the complex. Does it do that on the... Okay. That's right. That's right. It does do something like that. Hold on. Because there it drove by. Then it comes back at 3:53:40. And it does not enter it here. It does not enter. Okay, so what he didn't do, they didn't do right on this one, is this is where it parks for like 3 minutes in that complex around the corner and watches the house. You see that? See, it doesn't do this right here. It does not do this. It does do the turnaround thing up there. Yeah, now it's getting real complicated, Phyllis Watson. Yeah. DoorDash. Turns around, drives back up there. And then, I think we can use this right here. Because then eventually it does come by. It's at that top, right around in this area. Okay, that was him, but then he turns around up there. I'm just watching up above. That's not the DoorDash leaving. That's another vehicle. Okay, right there. And then look, it doesn't, nothing happens. See, that's his car right up at the top up there. See this? Way at the top of the screen? That's his car. Look what time it is. 3:53:33. It's driving really slow again because he's looking at the DoorDash driver. He picked up the pace right there. That was interesting, though. Do you see that? He was driving really slow at the beginning. Watch this. Like right up in that side there. Actually, he's going quicker. That's right. Because now he's like, ah, man, this DoorDash driver. It's not going really faster, but going much quicker right there. So he hit the gas. And then this time, he's just getting really frustrated. His night's just not going the way he wanted it to. So then, look at it. He does not enter the complex here. See that? Does not enter the complex. And then this is picking up that. Does not enter it, does not enter it, does not enter it. But then, look at this. As I was showing you earlier, the headlights are hitting the building. That means it came in from the right. It did not park on that side street. I can't argue with them on those first ones because we don't see it entering the complex. But on this one, this is where we know that it parked elsewhere. So let me go back up here. And there it comes down. And so really what I want to do is, like right after it passes that, I'm going to probably have to use some other footage from inside, like the car video. That's not it. Yeah, so they did a U-turn, and then it's like right here is where that's picked up. Yeah, right there. So there it comes. Probably drove, it was obviously moving quicker than that. Okay, so this is where I am going, this is where I have to go back to what I tried to do earlier. Insert frame hold option. Get rid of that little extra. And then put right here. Kohberger. Parked here. And there'll be an arrow parking right over there somewhere. And then we have to go back to the beginning. Yeah, move this over. Come on, isn't this awesome, you guys? Come on. So who's going to help support the channel on YouTube tonight? That would be awesome. I mean, does anybody else take the time to do this kind of accurate work? And the answer is no. Okay? Oh, jeez. Forget it. You know, if everybody just did like $2 or $3, we'd be doing pretty good. It's pretty easy. Yeah, pretend I'm a Snickers bar. Gray Hughes is a Snickers bar tonight. See if we can get 20 of you to do a Snickers. That'd be great. Or not. All right, go back over here. And then I gotta grab that first part where he's coming in again. It's about the only time he does that. The whole night. So it's this one. So I'll just sort of pick it up from right there. Bring that over all the way to the end here. And then I'll have him coming back from about right there. And then look at the headlights hit that right there. As it's turning, they hit the building right there. See that? Boom! See how bright that is right there? And so then I can go back to the surveillance footage. And you'll see it a little bit later in the... I think it's quite a bit later than that. And I could probably just say like he parked here for a certain amount of time. Hey, it's Jim Lawn. Thanks for gifting a membership to... Who got it? If Marty got... went to... Well, I'm glad you got one too. Tiff, Turtle, whoever you are. But we're... You know, it'd be cool if Marty could get one. Okay, so look at right there is exact. See how the lights are hitting low in this lower half there? Watch on this one. So watch when the actual cop car goes around, the one that's doing the filming here. Watch this. Ah, look at that. How it lights up the lower portion right there. So we probably stop it right there just to make it perfect. And then we get this car coming in. We just pick it up right at that spot. Right there. Not awesome? Ah, shit. Move that in. Right to there. So here it comes. It's parking. It's parked over there. Then after it parked over there, it drives back towards the camera. And then it comes in. And it's turning right there, and then boom, there's the headlights coming in, and it's driving, comes back around. Come on, man. I think what I need to do is a little bit more of this. Yeah. Maybe there. Jesus. So why'd you do it again there, Jim? Hey, Sandy, did you read the last comment he put in the chat? Yeah, I don't need to have anything in the car here. Yeah, we already said not to do it though, Jim. So how does it work for you to say it's just a joke? I mean, it's just... God damn it, man. What a disappointment. That's crazy. Look at that. Just the timing, just cutting a window open from one video to the next, it fits perfectly. See that? It's like right in there. And then right there, it's turning, and that's probably when that other video shows up. What's up on maybe a little bit before that. Alright, so then when the car comes around, turns, then the headlights hit the top way up there, the upper left. And then I gotta go back. Wait, that's not what I wanted. It's the other way around. Ah, this is getting crazy here. Let's see. So that's the spot. So that means if I grab this, and then right, see how the headlights are hitting about right there. So that means that's where that needs to end. And then if we move this back, it should go like this. Alright, so let's just watch that. The DoorDash driver is still there, so he's frustrated. That's probably a little bit longer. Maybe like that. That looked better. No, you guys aren't gonna do some kind of a support for the channel in here on the YouTube? Come on, you guys. Jesus, so we're getting close to the end of the month. This is the 26th. We're not even at 50% on YouTube. Not even close. We need, if we get like 6 memberships, we'll get to 50%. Can we do that? Actually 7. We need 7 memberships to get to 50% on YouTube. So let's see if this works perfectly with the time. Oh, look how amazing that is, you guys. So that's just me from right here, right? I just put that time on here. So if everybody's wondering, oh, it's a different car, it's a different car. Look at the timing here. Watch this. So this is just the video that I was using. And then look how we know that right before it turns is the opening for the camera behind 1119. And look how slow he's driving too, because it's sort of mimicking it. But see right where it turns right there? Right before it turns. Oh, and look right up above. There it goes. It's just so perfect. That's not even editing. Like that literally is exactly what it's doing. And then look how slow it's driving by there too. Boom. All right. And it should be, then, because of how good that was. Did that make sense to anybody? Alright guys, please help support the channel tonight. That'd be awesome, thanks. Wow, that's perfect too. Right where that was supposed to be. And then there it goes. And then it must do a U-turn again. No, this time it doesn't. Oh, you don't have to send. You're always sending coffees in, Marty. I appreciate it. Coffee, and you can. Oh yeah, you want me to do that? I could do that. Yeah, it's not perfect, but yeah, it's better. It's not a bad idea, Marty, if you want to do that. See if you can get you one. That'd be cool. But what's going on, you guys? I mean, oh, this is that time. Okay, right. So he came back around. Yeah, this is awesome. Okay, so we can just have this whole thing. This is it. And the only thing we switch over to is when it does this part. Right there-ish. Yeah, this will be awesome. Move that over there for now. And then there he is up above. See that? Right there. Driving this direction. And there he is up above, driving really slow. Okay, got that. And that's really all that shows up on that. And then we can bring this back in. So that would have been about right here. I think. Let me just make sure. No, it's about right here. Well, thanks, Phyllis. Yeah, it's this is gonna be sweet. I think I'll put this out there at some point. All right. Well, he should be disappointed with Jim. That's the truth. All right, let me do these ones that Marty. Let's do it. Will he get one? Ah, jeez, you gotta be kidding me. Everybody in the world gets one but Marty. You did click on that, right? I wonder if it only does it if you have a card on their system. I was wondering. Although, why would they make it like that? Now, if anybody else wants to try to get Marty a membership, that'd be great. Let's see. And the answer is no to that thing I just said. It said, no, you do not need a card on file with YouTube to receive the gifted membership. So that's not a thing. I know, we should be able to pick one. And thanks for doing that so we could gift that. Oh, they don't hate you. That's just we remember that happened with Cindy a long time ago. It was like for like 10 years she didn't get one. I don't know. I think it might be the order that you. We should have had you put your name in there a long time ago. Oh, jeez. Wait, I don't understand. How come we're on this one? Wait, just a second. Okay, yep. Why'd they go in there? Shit. We're back to that again? God, what in the hell? So does it ever, it doesn't do the whole loop around? I thought they did that. Man. I'm just looking for the clip. No, it's okay. We just we'll just keep, you know. Eventually, you'll get one, though, Marty. It sucks that you can't. I can't pick one. They need to make it so you could pick one or something. You know, it's kind of stupid. Like, what if I wanted to give memberships to, you know, mods that couldn't afford it or something, you know, or just anybody I want? I mean, I really don't understand. I understand if other people gift them, maybe, but like, why can't I? I thought he drove around that other direction. Didn't he do that on the video? I seem like I'm almost positive he did that. Or is this my video? No, that's his. Didn't we watch that the other day where he drove around? Ah, shit. Yeah, that's that one. Yeah, right there. What the hell's going on? That's right there, right? It is in there. Right? Because he drives right by it. Yeah. What the hell's going on? I have that clip. Alright. That's this clip that I'm literally looking at right here. Okay. So I guess it is right at the very end here. And that's not part of the car video that we're watching. Alright, maybe we can get this to work now. That's right, it did like a U-turn up there. Okay, that's the one. Yeah, so it drives up there, and then when it comes back, not much longer later, because it turned around, it's like, okay, you know. Okay, so some of this I could probably put in here. Jeez. Brutal. See, that would be about right there. Oh, man. Oh, good night, Haley. Well, she didn't say good night to me. Everybody but me. Yeah, it's almost like me against everybody. Nobody even checked on my colonoscopy or anything. Alright, let's see. We gotta go up there. And then it does a U-turn, comes back around. So that should be, if we get lucky, that would be the right spot. Right there. That's okay. Good night. Okay, me too. Okay, good. At the end. All right. Huh. There, and then probably right there. Alright, now we got the L, the whole thing where it goes around. That's good. It drives up here, and it takes a right. Okay, it comes around this corner. And I think this is sort of when that camera picks it up. It's this one. Killed at the whites, huh? Alright, so this is where we get the great shots of it. Okay, so that would be further down. Not like that. That's perfect. Right when that light turns bright, I like that. Put that over here. So let's see. Here it goes. That should probably be right when it's sort of going like that. I love to you too. Alright, so that made sense. You like that one? Get that window open. Yeah, look at that. That's sweet. Does that make sense? There's a little street right there. Yeah, so that'd be right there. So it drives by, and then that street. And that street is right here. Yeah, so there you go. Awesome. Hey! This is pretty sweet. Doesn't show up on that one camera again because there's not enough motion. See, when it turns here, it didn't set off the motion sensor because there's not a lot of light. You know, when it does the U-turn and stuff, there's just not a lot of light there. Man, we're almost zipping all the way through this thing. Should I finish it? Or go do some music for a while? I don't know, man. On a good roll, I guess. Good night, Sandy. Is the bar and grill still there? Yeah, those Redbreast doesn't last long. It's pretty good stuff. There it is. Okay, I think that's right. It drove all the way around. Oh, that's right. It turns right up here again. So here's where it turns. And he's driving slow again. Look how slow it is up there. He's checking to see if the DoorDash driver has left. And they did leave just before. I almost wonder if I should, because it is on video. Hold on. Oh, man. No, they left when he made that loop earlier. That's right. So let's see if I go back. So the DoorDash driver leaves right around in the same time frame. Or is it right after he drives by? That's right. Hold on. I think it's in here somewhere. We might want to fill some of that gap. I mean, it'll be interesting, actually. I don't think I've ever seen what I'm about to... Not that one. Yeah, it's right there. Wow, look at that. That's almost perfect. Exactly how it was. And then look at, there's DoorDash right behind. That's crazy. So there's the entrance to King Road right there, right? And then this is Kohberger driving, but then watch. DoorDash is leaving. He probably could see the lights were on, so he goes, screw this. So he's going to do another lap, and there goes DoorDash. You know, just, they're actually on, probably on, let's see. So when he drives by up here, it's 4 o'clock and 12 seconds. And then 4 o'clock and 41 seconds. They're leaving, so they're, you know, it's like 20 seconds behind. That's crazy. So right now, they're on... Let me keep that going. They're probably on Taylor Avenue. And then look, he's just now doing that turn. Man, that's crazy. Look at that. Yeah. That's so cool. He's just right ahead of her. Ah, darn it. Did I get rid of that one clip? Shit. Of course. Dang it. $451, 3, and then there's the other one. Or it's 11:55, 11:25 is what it is. Down. No. Okay, that's the one. Man, it's crazy to work this many hours and have so little like YouTube support, you know. It's just crazy. Yeah, it's too much. What the hell happened? Jeez, all just shifted. Maybe I'll just finish the rest another time. All right, I'll just save it. Maybe some other time. Now there's a lot left because he does the 3-point, the 3-point turns and all that shit. I mean, we're on the fourth one, but now there's just a ton of goes in, does a 3-point turn, drives over there, does this one. Yeah, you probably could. All right. Well, thanks to those who we only had like 4 different people, 5 different people support the channel. We had Wild Bill Wassman, Tracy, Wild Bill Wassman, Paul Marino, DR, PIV, Timothy Cecil, Wild Bill, Lisa, FL, Gal, Wild Bill, Haley, Barbara Williams, Phyllis Watson, Horse Teeth, Cow Teeth, Jim Lon again. Or really just one. He gave me 2.5 cents on the other one. And then Marty gifted some coffees, but then we converted it into 10 gifted memberships, and it didn't land on him again. And then we had Haley at 10:51, which is like 30-something minutes ago. And I've been on here for 4 hours, and we barely made it to 50%. Does that seem reasonable to you guys? It's just, man. And then we had Timothy Cecil and Lisa Valenzuela on the coffees and Marty on the coffee. So I guess if you combine it all together, we're just short of the goal. But let's see if we can get an answer to the question. Does that seem reasonable? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, what I just did right there, putting this all together, should be, I'll make a video with it, but unfortunately nobody likes to watch that shit because it's just, This one has the whole thing. I mean, it's weird that people can't just go, oh, here's $2 for like a Snickers bar or something like that. It's like it's so. I mean, the thing is, if you had 150 people watching and everybody, literally every single person, did $2, you'd be at the goal. But it never works that way. And then when Wild Bill Wassman tried to do one, hey everybody, let's do a wave. For $2, not one soul joined him in. And that's just not a good sign, really. Maybe we'll play a couple songs. Gray, you used to go over the facts, man. I do. I still do that. And then at the end of the show, we play music now. Is that okay, or do we have to? It's like we almost only make the goal now if certain people show up, That's scary, because that means if they weren't around, being so generous like that, we wouldn't even come close. We would just be crushed. Or you have to have a combination of people. horse teeth, cow teeth.
Parked my ride outside of Marty's bar and grill. Woke up to a tow truck and a sky gone still. She said her name was over when the jukebox fell. Left with a suitcase and a cigarette shell. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck ran out like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Tried to catch a memory at the corner of the bar. Missed every crooked shot, left my heart on the felt scar. Friends were half smiling, the night fell thin as a thread. Stumbled into trouble with a head full of lead. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck rang like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Fluorescent light and a Bible on the sink. Cold metal bench held more answers than I think. Prayed with a laugh and a cigarette smell. Redemption came quiet in a county hotel. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl and my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck tolls like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Parked my old mistakes by Marty's neon swell. Lost a lot on the way, but I found something to tell. Lost every game of pool, but I found grace where sinners dwell. Lost my way in the cold and found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell.
Kept my lipstick on for strangers, counting pieces of another goodbye. I walk through rooms of borrowed promises, smile through storms that weren't my own. They took my light, called it their favor, left me learning how to fall alone. I built my armor out of maybes, quiet prayers under city lights. Then you came like a steady sunrise, woke the colors I had locked inside. You lift me up like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. I used to measure love in footprints, trying to fit where I didn't belong. You said my name without a question.
Thank you, Haley, as in Haley's Comet.
No more dodging all the thunders, no more hiding from my truth. Your hands taught me to trust the weather and trust the rhythm of my youth. You lift me up like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. I was a whisper in a crowded silence. You were the chorus that pulled me through. Now every doubt dissolves in daylight when your breath says I'm enough. I knew higher, higher. On your wings I learned to fly. Higher, higher. Leaving every broken night. You lift me up like an eagle. Wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. No more heavy anchors holding, only open blue and truth to find. You lift me up, and I am fearless. You lift me up, and you are mine.
Night hums in the corners where the bright lights don't reach. They smile like fathers and neighbors on the street. Polished words like honey to drown out your feet. They fold into crowds like a secret that breathes, passing in daylight with pockets of teeth.
A kindness that lingers with a cold in its hold. echoes of stories that grow darker when told.
Watch the small signs when the velvet voice clears. Look for the shadow that lives near your fears. Silent alarms born from old quiet scars, a skin deep charm hiding rusty bars. You feel it before you name what you fear, a crooked detail that suddenly sticks clear. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears.
Mark the small truths that the panic nears.
They learn how to kneel and how to bow just right.
Speak like a guardian in the hush of the night.
They glide through families with practiced regret.
Wearing concern like a hand-me-down silhouette.
Listen to laughter that trembles and strains. Notice the hush where the warning remains. Old stories whisper where the new lie steers.
Follow the sign where the silence clears.
Little betrayals tucked in a grin. Patterns repeat where the danger begins. A pulse at the throat, a chill in the ears. Truth's baby step closer, dismissing the ears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Hold to the line where the safety
Disappears.
we teach the children to name every name, to trust their skin, to call out the game.
When instinct speaks loud, let the room come alive.
Pull the curtains and let the old lies die. Fingers pointed at the smallest detail. Quiet courage in the face of the tale. One small voice can unravel the gears of the hidden mouth and the lowered ears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Gather the light when the night draws near. Keep watch by the threshold and sharpen your sight. We name what we fear and we bring it to light.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's so good. The words are sweet. Everything about it. I'm still working on the video in the background.
Rain and rust.
Yeah, I'll play that one.
Your jacket on the chair, your name.
How about I'll play that one now, since you asked before I played that. There you go, Phyllis. I think it's a great song. Great lyrics.
I used to care if you hated me. It left me in despair. Now I'm aware that you traded me to love that isn't there. Just tricking while betraying me. nightlife, sedating me, that leaves us unaware, and blindly trying to chase this dream supplies its tropes and wares, inspiring while behaving me, while lying that it shares. Hopes I don't find it's playing me, defiling as it tears the hope inside it gave to me, while time will never care. Compliant while it takes from me the time I'd left to bear, its lying eyes amazes me, reminding no one cares. And quite defiant, it makes me see I'm dying in this chair, this life of mine. It made me lead this mime within the mirror, behind the grinds, as I take a seat, a driver ill prepared, unkindly now, it's taking me into the lion's lair.
I don't think it's a revenge story at all. Kind of has like a, it's just someone being betrayed, you know. That's about it. I think that's such a great, you know, the lyrics and that music specifically with that is pretty good. I made like 20 other versions after that. Couldn't find one that had that same similar sound. That's crazy. Let's see. Let me go back to the one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That song is sort of it's got a league about it, like it's in a different type of level. It seems like it should be, like I think I said the other day, like in a movie scene or something, like a background of something happening. Hold on. That sound you hear is me still editing.
The street still smells like rain and rust. Your jacket on the chair, your name and dust. I traced the hour where the light fell thin, and the man with empty eyes took the shape of him. My nights fold under the weight of the white. I wake with your breath and the echo of lies. There's a knot in my throat I can't untie. I never learned to let you go. 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 The neighbors say the sirens left too soon. They whisper of a price beneath the cold moon. I keep your pictures in the drawer like sin, folded pages of the love that should have been. Days move around me like a room without doors. Every smile is glass that shatters on the floor. How do I breathe when my heart keeps score? I never learned to let you go. 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 I pray sometimes and my hands feel thin. I ask the sky why evil took him. If mercy is a river, why does it run dry? I stand here asking God if he hears my cry. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth.
Thank you.
I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I never learned to let you go. 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 Maybe I'll learn to carry you softer with time. Maybe faith will stitch the wound that's mine. Till then I walk with the shadow you left on my soul, praying to God to teach my hands to hold.
Oh, there you go. Let's see, what's the next one? Thank you, Phyllis Watson, for the whiskey.
In the hush where the streetlights bend, shadows breathe and the night pretends. There's a whisper in the alley and a shape behind the door. Footsteps of old sorrow tracing cracks upon the floor. Faces in the corner like ghosts that never learn to leave. We keep watch with hollow lanterns, hoping morning will relieve. With all the dark in the world and winds of hate that bite, they try to seal our stories, pull the edges of the light. But the heart can be a lantern, stubborn flame against the grave. Hold the line, breathe in courage, make a promise to the day. Watch the shadows, watch the night. Monsters move where there's no light. Hold your ground, don't give away. We will fight for a brand new day. Watch the shadows, hold the flame. Monsters whisper only names. Stand together, hear the say. Courage calls us to the day. Children of the midnight keep a map upon their skin, marking where their fears begin and where the daylight ends. Some are born to wander through the dark and learn to steer. Some need hands to steady someone brave enough to hear. When the winds of anger threaten to decide our fate, when the cold becomes a language whispering through the gate, we will answer with a heartbeat, with a stubborn, steady sway. Not to break beneath their pressure, but to meet the coming day. Watch the shadows, watch the night. Monsters move where there's no light. Hold your ground, don't give away. We will fight for a brand new day. Watch the shadows, hold the flame. Monsters whisper only names. Stand together, hear the say. Courage calls us to the day. In the quiet we remember every promise ever made, that the dawn will come and gather every fear that we have laid. Bring your scars and bring your story, let the morning sweep the stain. We are more than what is broken, we are brave enough to change. Softly now the shadows shiver, answering the light. One breath, one step, one pulse to break the night. Watch the shadows, watch the night. Monsters move where there's no light. Hold your ground, don't give away. We will fight for a brand new day. Watch the shadows, hold the flame. Monsters whisper only names. Stand together, hear the say. Courage calls us to the day. Keep your lantern close and steady as you find your way. There are monsters in the shadows, but there's courage for the day.
They actually finished it, that whole thing. Like Phil said, I thought it was going to take longer, but
well, I never read the manual, but I know just how it works. Got a bar stool education and a PhD in smirks. I can tell you how to fix it, though I've never fixed one yet. And the less I know about it, the more certain that I get. I lean back like a professor, like I've thought the whole thing through. Then I say, now here's the problem, like nobody ever knew. Let me explain it to you, nice and slow like I always do. I'll talk out loud with conviction till my guess starts sounding true. Silence may be golden, duct tape may be silver too, but if there's one thing I was born to do, let me explain it to you. My girlfriend knows the engine, she can tear one down by noon, but I'm standing there beside her, giving pointers way too soon. I say, honey, that's the carburetor. She says, that's the alternator. I say, yeah, that's what I meant, and somehow keep explaining later. She's got that look that tells me I should probably disappear, but I mistake her silence for a need to volunteer. Let me explain it to you, nice and slow like I always do. I'll talk out loud with conviction till my gas starts sounding true. Silence may be golden, duct tape may be silver too, but if there's one thing I was born to do, let me explain it to you. I mansplain things to Tony every Tuesday down the bar. Politics and women, why his truck won't ever start. He smiles and nods politely, so I figure I'm getting through. Turns out Tony doesn't speak English, so he ain't got a damn clue. But that has never stopped me. Hell, it might improve the show, 'cause a man sounds like a genius when nobody tells him no. Granddad had a saying that he swore was tried and true. You'll get more with a kind word than a mean one thrown at you. Then somebody added something with a little darker fun. You can get more with a kind word and a gun than just a kind word alone. Now I'm
That was Marty's word.
recommending that philosophy to you.
Not recommending
I'm just
it.
passing on the wisdom like us experts always do.
Sexpert.
Silence is golden, duct tape is silver. My mouth keeps running like an old moonshiner still. I've got facts I never checked, opinions nobody sought, and enough confidence for 10 men with approximately half a thought. Let me explain it to you, even though you already knew. I'll interrupt your explanation, then repeat it back to you. Silence may be golden, Lord knows I could use some too, but I've got one more thing to say before this conversation's through. You're probably right. Yeah, I'll give you that. But let me explain why I agree with you. Tony raised his glass and smiled. I said, see, he knows I'm right. Tony looked across the bar and said, Alguien habla español tonight.
That was a pretty good one. That was like a combination of a whole bunch of people's comments. I think Jim, Marty, then people were talking about mansplaining. It's actually kind of funny, that song. Alright, here we go. Check it out. Check it out, you guys. You get the first look. So here we go. Look at this. So here comes the car, driving really slow, coming back around as we were just at, and then here it comes around the corner. And it's going to enter in. There it is turning. And then it should be, hope I did it all right. Yep, there it is, picked up on the surveillance camera coming around. And here it goes up the hill there. Back behind 500 Queen Road. You there, Phyllis? I finished it, just like you said. And then around the back, behind 500 Queen Road. And then here's where it does its three-point turn. They actually did this on video too, so I used part of that also. So there it is. And just as it starts backing up, I switch over to inside the cop car doing exactly the same thing. And then it pulls forward, and then we see it pulling forward over there. And then it goes around the corner, and then down the back here. Here it goes. And then you see in the background the house where the lights would hit. Anyways, it goes down the hill right here. See this? And that's picked up on the camera right there. And it tries to do a little like a parallel park, it almost seems like. And this is inside their car. It looks like I had a little gap there. And then it pulls forward. And then it does the three-point turn. They do it backwards, so I'm using the original. They backed up to the left and pulled forward to the right. And then here it goes by the camera again. Up the hill. And this is the final pass right here. This is 4B. And here it goes. Around, picks up on the shot. Like everything that's not on surveillance is picked up on their video, except a couple of parts I had to fix. And then here it comes around, and they sort of stopped the car here, but I edited that part out. It turned out really well. You couldn't even see that it stopped. Because they stopped. They're right there, that little jerk, just barely. And then there's the light up above, hitting, and then here it goes. And then I have it stop. I'll just explain. I think he parked right where that truck is, heading out. And it sits there for a while. And so we're not going to play this whole thing. Because you guys, don't you think I should put the entire audio, the surveillance of the entire time the crime's happening? Or do you think I should just say, hey, a crime happened, and then maybe I should just do that, because everybody's already listened to this a million times. And then it goes all the way to the end where I have that overlay on top. So right around this time frame. Not sure why they like paused here for a second, but that's what they did. That might be them showing kind of where it was. And then here it goes. They're going really fast. They actually go just like this. They skid around the corner. I mean, I wonder if I should even show their video. I mean, it's like, what do you guys think? Because they just haul ass around that corner. I could just do it like this. Let's see. Wow, that fit perfectly. You see that? Wow. That was wild. I always defer to having all the surveillance, but look how perfect that worked, though. Look at, here it goes. It's driving around. So they drove almost exactly the same pace. And then here it is right here. And then they zip around really fast up here. You can see it up there. And then right there. And then out of there. So that was it. Isn't that crazy? Do you guys do you think I should edit out the all the the whole 13 minutes of audio and video where the camera's it's just not doing anything? Where is that blackness? Was it right there? Huh? I don't know where that was. Anybody have an answer? Oh, there it was, right there. Yeah, I think I should just, right. So I'll just have a thing that says, here's where the murders happened within these 13 minutes of time, and then it disappeared at a high rate of speed. All right, I'll do it on my own.
Soft hairline, thread of silver light, a breath, a hush, and then the night. A string of paper hearts on a thin wire, trembling like a secret about to expire. Fingers fumble, the clasp slips free. One by one they loosen, fall from me. Slow at first, like rain on glass.
That would be when it's driving away at 420.
Tiny echoes of the life we had.
There already is the dog barking.
The hearts hit the ground. Little metal bells without a sound. Thunk, thunk, thud, the echoes roll around. A string of hearts hitting the ground. They kiss the pavement in a scattered line. Crimson confetti, low design. Each small throb a syllable. Listen close to the hollow drum, where every tenderness has come undone. Plink, plink, plunk, the hearts hit the ground. Little metal bells without a sound. Thunk, thunk, thud, the echoes roll around. A string of hearts hitting the ground. Shiver of silver, a clatter of hope. Tiny dominoes that tumble and elope. Underfoot, the chorus finds its mouth, turning all our ornaments into south. Clink, 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 the hearts hit the ground. Little metal bells without a sound. Thunk, thunk, thud, the echoes roll around. A string of hearts hitting the ground. One last plink, a last soft sigh. The string is empty under the sky.
All right. Well, that's going to do it, you guys. Thank you, everybody out there, for those who watch the show and for supporting the channel. We will see you tomorrow. Hoping my brain isn't as big a fog. At least I was able to focus on what I was working on. So thank you guys. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed your little yeah, that's right, Morty. That's the final word, Gray. Anyone who can't follow this is lost. That's true. Yeah, I mean, this is just, it's so clear. Those go, well, how do we know that's Kohberger's car? Well, because his DNA was on the knife sheath during the time that the white Elantra missing his front plate was sitting right there. Makes sense, doesn't it? That's called common sense. All right, thanks, everybody. See you guys later.